delivery for us?
I'm eating it, yes.
How you doing?
It's pretty good.
Jerry Wells. Mr. Wells is present as we have received the from Dr. Gislazo.
Ms. Newman. Is present. Mr. Robinson is present. Mr. Stadler is present for also for the defense, and counsel for the state are present. Is there are there any issues that we need to address before we get started and bring in the jury?
I wanted to address one thing, Judge. Just stemming from the last opening statement that we had, Ms. Newman did mention in her opening statement an incident between Isabel Tagliarini and the decedent, that being her damaging his vehicle. That's a prior bad act. We haven't had any ruling on that. I've been moving to exclude any evidence of a prior bad act between Isabel Tagliarini and the decedent.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may respond.
Yeah.
First of all, Your Honor, we would like to renew the motion to dismiss, given that it appears the state's trying to benefit from the mistrial by going into being able to now try to keep out things that happened in the opening statement. And Your Honor, they were aware about this incident. They hadn't previously moved to limine before. Additionally, Your Honor, if I could approach some case law as to this issue. Approach some case law?
Yeah.
Your Honor, this is not just an incident that the state's referring to of Ms. Tagliarini breaking things. It was her being violent, using a blunt object to smash a vehicle in a manner that was, very consistent with the allegations that are in this case. The two cases that I have provided, Your Honor, the Posley case as well as the Washington case. Actually, Your Honor, if I can approach, I think I give you the two copies of one case. There's Washington. Your Honor, if we look at the Posley case that I provided, Your Honor, in that case, the charge was murder 2 and kidnapping. The defendant attempted to introduce evidence that the alleged victim was selling drugs outside of a store, and that there was a third party that had told the alleged victim to stop selling the drugs. It was their turf, and that the alleged victim said he was going to keep on doing it. The state tried to keep that out. This was a third DCA case, and ultimately the third DCA found that it was admissible under motive. To show that there was a third party that could have potentially carried out the killing. In the Washington case that I provided, Your Honor, as well, which is a Photo Law Weekly case from the 1st District, it was a similar situation where the defendant wanted to introduce evidence that in a murder case that the victim's mother actually had said some bad things about the victim, and that had also to show that she was likely to cause the fatal injuries. There were prior incidents of abuse, and that the court found that this was to show, this should be admissible to show intent, plan, state of mind, and motive to testify falsely against the defendant. So in a very similar case here, and that excluding it, the evidence was an abuse of discretion. Based on these case law, and the prior arguments, we think that we should be allowed to introduce this. We have a situation where, again, a blunt object was used in a very violent way by Ms. Tagliarini. It's a similar type of an act. And it also, I think, shows motive, that there was a relationship that was in turmoil between the victim and Ms. Tagliarini as well. That it was on the rocks, there were problems happening, And we also have, in that case, a situation where we had the victim call the police on Ms. Jankelini. So she had an additional reason to be mad about that. So, and it was only 2 weeks before the incident in hand. So based on those arguments, we would ask that, number one, that we were renewing our motion to dismiss, and also that we permitted to allow that evidence to come in.
All right.
Can I respond, Judge?
Sure.
This constitutes reverse Williams rule, which requires a hearing, Your Honor. And really, the threshold question on the Williams rule is if this type of evidence would be admissible against the defendant. We're talking about her damaging a vehicle, not being violent towards the decedent. We're not allowed to get into prior domestic violence between the defendant and the victim in this case, Your Honor. There's videos. Oh, I'm not getting into it. There's prior incidents of domestic violence that we're not getting into. So that's really the threshold question.
May I add something, please?
No, Mr. Stadler can.
Really?
Really?
So you're not permitting me as legal
If someone is arguing a motion, if you want to speak as lead counsel, then argue all the motions. If you're bringing somebody else in to do motions, they should be the one that argues the motion. I'm not going to be making this a committee motion. And the same rule applies to Ms. McGuire.
Your Honor, if this,
Even though I know she was eager to jump in there.
Your Honor,
Okay.
this is not, number one, the state hasn't filed any motion or ambushing us with this. Number two, we don't believe this is a reverse Williams rule situation, and we've certainly proffered to the court what we will be arguing. So, I mean, the court can make a ruling as to whether or not that will be coming in.
May I have a minute to tell Mr. Sadler something?
Sure, go ahead. Tell him something.
Proffered the court, Officer Salerno's report from the incident that we were referring to, that they were dispatched to a domestic dispute. Upon arrival, I met with Nicholas Wilcox and Isabella Tagarini and ascertained the following information. Tagarini and Wilcox were arguing over personal matters. Tagarini had been drinking that night. At some point during the argument, Tagarini began to smash her own belongings inside the residence. Tagarini smashed plates and a wine bottle on the floor inside the residence. At this point, Wilcox became frightened and called Plantation PD. In addition to that, she started smashing other items, and they're upset against, personal matters, intoxicated, uncooperative. This again shows her state of mind. If she's willing to smash her own things to make it appear as if someone else did something. So these are all factors why we think that this should be admitted. And again, it goes to motive, and it's extremely relevant to this case.
All right, I'm ready to rule. First off, I've read your cases. I've listened to your proffer. I view it as more of a prior bad act, that she's prone to be violent, albeit in the case that you're talking about, she was violent toward objects, not to a person. I don't find that it is anything that you've said as to the why she broke those items is clear as far as establishing why she would have a motive to murder the victim in this case. Plus, it is reverse Williams rule, which there was no notice filed, no hearings held. I don't find that it's admissible, and I don't find that the rules regarding reverse Williams rule were followed as well. So I'm excluding that evidence as to Ms. Taglerini, unless something happens to open the door to it. Now, as far as the motion to dismiss, that is denied. I thought I made a finding at the time that I granted the mistrial that it was not something that was intentionally done by the state. They were surprised as anyone else that the witness blurted that out, and I accept their proffer as being in good faith, and as to that, and motion to dismiss is denied. Okay. I ruled. Are we ready to get
No, you're not.
started?
Rework my opening, please, if I could have some time.
Okay. How much time do you need?
20 minutes.
Fine. You got 20 minutes. Tell the jury that some legal issues popped up, and we'll be ready to go in 20 minutes.
two, so I want to address the fact that the relationship had its ups and downs, and that was one of the issues, is that he had broken up with her essentially for a period of time, which was just 2 weeks before. Of course, it's related to this. And then,
As long as you have witnesses that can testify to that, the issue, my ruling is limited to prior bad acts. The fact that they may have had, that they argued a lot and they did not get along well, assuming that you have a witness that can testify to that, I would permit that. But you cannot, as long as it would does not include something that would be called a prior bad act.
okay, so yes, there is evidence that supports that.
Okay.
I forgot my sentence. I'm sorry. Give me a minute.
Let me ask this question to the parties, because it is something that I thought of, that I just wanted to make sure I was clear on the law on this. There was some allegations in the first trial that the actions of the defendant at best were accessory after the fact. My question is that a lesser included offense to murder? That's what in reviewing the statutes and the lessers, that's what I thought, and I just wanted to confirm that.
So here's a second issue that, again, we've got this inextricably intertwined issue with some of the evidence, is that the locks had been changed in the house, which is part of the evidence that Mr. Robinson came in through one door that apparently wasn't locked, and I had heard some of this already. The issue is that the locks were changed by the deceased because of Isabella Taglioni. They were not changed because of Eric Robinson.
Again, I think that's admissible, assuming that you have a witness that can testify to that.
Isabella Taglioni will testify to it. She's already said it.
Okay.
Yeah. So in terms of that, I don't want it to seem that Mr. Robinson changed it because of him, because in fact it was because of her. So I plan on getting.
Well, the problem, again, the problem is as to the why she changed the locks. And again, I don't know what her answer is going to be, but it may not be an answer that you like.
It's already been fleshed out in depo.
Well,
Nick Wilcox changed the locks, not her, because of her. That answer is black and white.
well, then, which leads to the question, why did she tell him to change the locks?
No, you're not. No.
Well, I don't know.
The victim changed the locks because of Isabella Taglioni. After she got arrested, or not arrested,
Well,
after the incident occurred.
how is that going to come? Yeah.
This is all going to create a slippery slope.
Yeah.
Because they're trying to create and portray Isabella Taglioni as being a true killer. And I get that. That's fine. That's their job. But at the same time, her actions might seem bizarre. The things that she does on camera afterwards, the fact that she doesn't call the police, somebody else calls the police. All these things are out there in a vacuum.
Well, again, something that's not a prior bad act, as long as there's some relevance to some extent, I will admit some of that, and that's probably something we should hash out before those questions take place, because the danger the defense has is some of those questions may open the door to areas that currently the state is precluded from getting into. Because, for example, on Taglioni, and I don't know if this is the case or not, when you say she caused him to change the locks. Does that mean that she told him to change the locks?
No. She said he didn't want her back there, and it's in her text messages too. He didn't want her back there, and so he changed the locks on her. And then, of course, they reconciled, and she came back because there's back and forth. with
Well,
them. But
Can I add something?
yeah.
It does create a slippery slope because as much as they want to portray Isabella Tigerini as being a violent person and somebody who's capable of doing this, there is previous domestic violence claimed by Robson that was witnessed by the neighbor, and there's a video of the defendant literally 2 to 3 weeks before the incident, before he goes to jail, Judge, screaming at Isabella Tigerini and the victims and saying that he was going to kill them. That's out there.
But again, great, that's, maybe.
Well, first
That
off,
has nothing to do with the locks, and they elicit testimony about the locks. They're saying, oh, the locks have been changed, and, they're making it seem like it was for Eric's purposes. Oh, but one lock, Isabella's gonna say, Eric told me he got in through the one door that was so, his testimony is there.
well, the problem is when you start getting into the motive as to why the locks were changed, it opens up other possibilities as to the why. So if you're claiming that it was because of her, but other than, and it's just circumstantial, another piece of circumstantial evidence is prior acts done by the defendant. So it very well may be when you get into the why that may open up other areas. If you're just going to bring out the fact the locks were changed and move on, then that.
Well, so I will ask when, before we get into that with her for a proffer on the issue, her testimony and deposition was very clear. Now, all of a sudden, it's gonna wind up that, it's an open the door, because she never said that they were changed because of Mr. Robinson. So, I will ask for a ruling at that time as to whether it opens the door or not, because I don't think it should, but watch her add something.
Well, but the thing is, you're asking her to give her an opinion as to what somebody else was thinking.
No,
which-
she testified, and I know.
Just because she testifies doesn't make it admissible. It depends on what she's testifying
No,
to.
I don't, right, but this has been hashed out in depth. Watch her now give a new answer, now that there's this ruling, of course, to try to get the door open. But
Well, whenever you ask why, that is a very dangerous question, as the state found out during our first trial.
I understand that, but I'm not asking why, I'm asking a question that I've already vetted and have already
Well-
know the answer to. Whether that now changes her answer,
And whether or not that question is even admissible.
we'll address it when the time
So
comes.
we'll address. So right now, let's finish up preparing because you got 5 minutes left. Everyone, please be seated. Good morning. We are ready to get started. Do appreciate your patience. First off, I have a couple of instructions I need to read to you. First, there are some preliminary instructions. Members of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of the State of Florida versus Eric Robinson. This is a criminal case. Eric Robinson is charged with murder in the second degree with a deadly weapon. The definition of the elements of murder in the second degree will be explained to you later. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state has proved its accusation beyond a reasonable doubt against the defendant. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. The information, which is the charging document, is not evidence and is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is the judge's responsibility to decide which laws apply to this case and to explain those laws to you. It is your responsibility to decide what the facts of this case may be and to apply the law to those facts. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits also may be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the attorneys will have the opportunity to make their final argument. Following the arguments by the attorneys, the court will instruct you on the law applicable to the case. After the instructions are given, you will then retire to consider your verdict. You should not form any definite or fixed opinion on the merits of the case until you have heard all the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and the instructions on the law by the judge. Until that time, you should not discuss the case among yourselves. I now instruct you not to communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, about this case. No communication includes no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, any other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. If you become aware of any violation of these rules at all, notify court personnel of the violation. During the course of the trial, the court may take recesses and you will be permitted to separate and go about your personal affairs. During these recesses, you must not discuss the case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about the case, tell him or her you are on the jury trying the case and ask him or her to stop. If he or she persists, leave him or her at once and immediately report the matter to the court deputy or bailiff who will advise me. All cell phones, computers, tablets, or other types of electronic devices must be turned off while you are in the courtroom. Turned off means that the phone or other electronic device is actually off and not in a silent or vibrating mode. You may use these devices during recesses, but even then you may not use your cell phone or electronic device to find out any information about the case or to communicate with anyone about the case or the people involved in the case. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of your fellow jurors. After each recess, please double check to make sure your cell phone or electronic device is turned off. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside the jury room. At that time, you cannot have in the jury room any cell phones, computers, or other electronic devices. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, the court can receive messages and deliver them to you without delay. Upon request, a contact phone number will be provided to you. The case must be tried by you only on the evidence presented during the trial, in your presence and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and the judge. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any places discussed during the trial. Jurors must not have any discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let even the closest family members make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. What are the reasons for these rules? These rules are imposed because jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, the trial judge has no way to make sure that the information you get is proper for the case. The parties likewise have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you find. That is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having that opportunity, our judicial system promises. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of these proceedings, and a mistrial could result that would require the entire trial process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and the taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or both. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove his innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not speculate on the reason why it is made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had he or she been permitted to answer. During the trial, it may be necessary to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss matters of law and other matters that require consideration by me alone. It is impossible to predict when such a conference may be required or how long it will last. When such conferences occur, they will be conducted so as to consume as little of your time as is necessary for a fair and orderly trial of the case. Next, let me give you an instruction on note-taking by jurors. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you are not required to take notes if you do not want to. That will be left up to you individually. You have been provided with a notepad and a pen for use if you wish to take notes. Any notes that you take will be for your own personal use. However, you should not take them with you from the courtroom. During recesses, the bailiff or court deputy will take possession of your notes and will return them to you when we reconvene. After you have completed your deliberations, the bailiff or court deputy will deliver your notes to me. They will be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. If you take notes, do not get so involved in note-taking that you become distracted from the proceedings. Your notes should be used only as aids to your memory. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. At this time, I will give an opportunity, if they wish, to each side to make an opening statement. We turn first to the state. Would the state at this time like to give an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Thanks for being with us in the balmy courtroom. You're going to hear that on October 5th of 2017, the victim in this case, Mr. Nicholas Wilcox, was bludgeoned to death with a hard object. His skull was crushed, and he had puncture wounds around his neck and his chest. And you're also going to hear that there's essentially three main players in this particular trial, that being the victim, Nicholas Wilcox, the second one being the defendant, Eric Robinson, and the third one being Isabella Tagliarini. Now, why do I say three main players? Because on August 23rd of 2017, all three of them were living in the same apartment, which was located at 7201 Northwest 15th Street in Plantation. Isabella Tagliarini was dating or together with Eric Robinson prior to him leaving to jail. You're going to hear that Eric Robinson was in the jail between August 23rd of 2017, and he got out that same year, October 3rd of 2017, and you're going to hear that the homicide occurred essentially 2 days later on October 5th of 2017. In the meantime, while Eric Robinson was in the jail, Isabella Tagliarini had a relationship with the other roommate, the decedent, Nicholas Wilcox, unbeknownst to Eric Robinson. Eric Robinson gets out of the jail, and he's picked up by his ex-girlfriend, Ms. Kensek, who drives him to the location of the homicide so he can pick up some of his things and his vehicle, which is a Cadillac, which was parked in front of the house. You're going to hear that Eric Robinson picks up some of his things, and one of the things he finds on the wall is a love note between Isabella Tagarini and the decedent Nicholas Wilcox. And it's a letter describing their love for each other, and it even has their fingerprints on it. Why is that important? That's important because after the homicide, that very same letter was found with Eric Robinson's personal effects at his girlfriend's house, Ms. Kensek. You're also going to hear that on October 5th, in the early morning hours, Isabella Tagarini is awoken by Eric Robinson sitting on the bed, and he has his hand over her mouth, preventing her from screaming or talking. And you're going to hear that she hears Nicholas Wilcox gargling and struggling to breathe. And she sees something red. The defendant asks her to leave and goes back inside the bedroom and finishes off Nicholas Wilcox by bludgeoning him. You're also going to hear that both of them dispose of the body. It's wrapped in a tarp, which was already in the apartment. And you're going to hear that they drive all over Broward County. They drive to Publix, they drive to Big Lots, they drive to Home Depot to pick up things, to paint the apartment because there's blood all over it. You're going to hear that they in fact drive with the victim's vehicle, which is a Ford F-150, to a Broward County dump, which has very good cameras. And you're going to hear that, and you're going to see the video of Eric Robinson driving the decedent's F-150, trying to get inside the dump, and then leaving the dump, asking for directions to the Everglades. And you're going to hear, and you're going to see testimony about the Southside Towers that were used by Isabella Tagarini and Eric Robinson after the homicide. You're also going to hear that Isabella Tagarini was arrested for her involvement in this particular crime. Not the homicide, but the fact that she helped Eric Robinson paint inside the apartment. And you're going to hear that she, in fact, became a state witness to describe what happened in that very apartment. You're also going to hear about DNA that was found inside the apartment linking Eric Robinson. You're going to hear about DNA linking Isabella Tagarini. You might not like Isabella Tagarini, but I proffer to you, she's not the one that killed the victim, Nicholas Tagarini. You're going to hear that on the night of the homicide, Eric Robinson was living with his dead ex-girlfriend, Ms. Kensek, and even though he had his vehicle, which is a Cadillac, dark in color, he chose to use her vehicle to go to the actual location. And you're going to hear testimony from neighbors who saw Eric Robinson around the F-150, which was now, at this point, backed up to the apartment where the homicide occurred, and him loading the body and other things inside the vehicle in the early morning hours of October 5th, 2017. You're going to hear that police were called, and you're going to hear that Ms. Tagarini showed the police where the body was eventually dumped, which was 10065 Clearly Boulevard in Plantation. It's a Publix very close to the location of the homicide. You're going to also hear testimony and pictures of where the mattress was dumped and cut apart, bloodied, which was at the Del Oro Apartments, again, very close to the location of the homicide. And you're going to hear that Isabella Tagarini voluntarily gave this information to the police. And after hearing the testimony of all the witnesses, I proffer to you, ladies and gentlemen, that you will find no trouble finding the defendant guilty of second-degree homicide. Thank you.
At this time, would the defense like to give an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So what the state just told you is their theory, right? That is their theory of what happened back on October 5th, 2017. You all will listen to the facts as they are presented, and you will decide what you believe happened on that day. Now, I want to start by talking about the presumption of innocence again, like we talked about last week, and like Judge Bober instructed you about last week, right? Many of you, when Judge Bober said, innocent until proven guilty, how many have heard that statement, right? You guys raised your hands, right? We've all heard that. Well, in a courtroom, a person charged with a crime is presumed innocent, right? It's this cloak of innocence that surrounds them. And it remains with them the entire time and through verdict, unless the state can overcome that presumption. And how do they do that, right? They do that by putting on evidence. Another thing you heard the court say last week was describing the burden of reasonable doubt, right? What is beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt? It's a very high burden, right? I don't know if all of you remember. I know you got a lot of information in just a short amount of time. But in civil court, right, the burden is lower, right? I think Judge Bober described it as a tipping of the scales. But in a criminal courtroom, beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubts, is an extremely high burden that the state needs to overcome. So, what happened in this case is that Isabella Tagliarini killed her boyfriend, Nicholas Wilcox, and blamed it on her ex-boyfriend, Eric Robinson. You will hear that Eric Robinson was arrested by the Plantation Police Department immediately, based on what Isabella Tagliarini told them. The police rushed to judgment. They thought what they had at first was someone being honest and straightforward. Turns out Ms. Tagliarini's stories and statements and details kept changing. I submit to you that innocent bystanders do not act this way, that things would not have unfolded the way they did if she was not guilty of killing her boyfriend herself. Now, for starters, Mr. Sapak said to you a couple times, the police were called, the police got involved. Well, why is that, right? It's a very passive way of saying something. Well, that's because Ms. Tagliarini was not the one who reported that her boyfriend was killed. She then, and her web of men, called her ex-husband, Nick Tagliarini. We have two Nicks, so if I wind up saying Wilcox or Tagliarini, I apologize. I think Mr. Sapak even did the same, right? So she calls her ex-husband, Nicholas Tagliarini, and is telling him all this stuff, and then he calls the police. Why he calls the police and doesn't let Isabella call the police remains to be seen. But it's strange behavior for somebody who is allegedly innocent. So, does Eric Robinson have clean hands in the acts that transpired on October 5th, 2017? No, he does not. Because he helped Isabella dispose of the body. And you will hear a lot of evidence about what transpired that day. You will not hear a whole lot of questioning from myself or Mr. Stadler with regard to the cleaning up and the disposing of Mr. Wilcox's body. So, as the state said already, Ms. Tagliarini was charged. So on October 5th is when Mr. Wilcox sadly died. Ms. Tagliarini gives 5 different statements under oath to the police. Finally, on October 14th, they confront her with all of the inconsistencies, because as they start pulling surveillance and doing things, they start to realize how what she had told them was not necessarily true. For example, I'll give you one example. She says that...
Judge, I'm going to object this to argument.
The evidence will
Modify-
show...
Yes,
The evidence-
this is, go ahead.
The evidence will show that she told the police that immediately after leaving the house, that her and Eric Robinson, with the body, with Mr. Wilcox's body in the bed of the Ford F-150, and I know I'm throwing a lot of details out to you, and this will all kind of come together as you start hearing the evidence, that they took that vehicle to the courthouse with the body in it, and that she waited, had no phone, he had taken her phone. What comes out in the next week or so, after the lead detective pulls the footage from the Publix right down the street, is that no, they were not in the F-150. In fact, Isabella Tagliarini was actually driving Eric Robinson's Cadillac to Publix. And the surveillance shows that Ms. Tagliarini has her phone the entire time and her purse, and that when Mr. Robinson comes to meet up with her at the Publix so they can leave, they're hugging, they're kissing, they're holding hands. Far different portrayal than what she told the police originally. You will hear that just 2 weeks before, Isabella Tagliarini and Nicholas Wilcox, right? You heard about this marriage contract. We'll hear more about that later, where the two of them drafted up some strange document about how in love they are, and they pricked their fingers and sealed it with blood. But you'll hear that just 2 weeks before, there was some turmoil where Mr. Tagliarini actually, I'm sorry, see, I just did it. Mr. Wilcox, Nicholas Wilcox, had kicked Ms. Tagliarini out of the house. You will hear that she was charged, as the state just told you.
Yes.
Ms. Tagliarini, as the state told you, was arrested for her involvement in this case on October 14th. Right? She was charged with accessory after the fact. So that is, what, 14 minus 5, 9 days? 9 days as they began to investigate and see further what was transpiring. Accessory after the fact, you will hear, is a crime that someone could be punished up to 30 years in prison. But you will hear that she wound up pleading to taking a plea that the state offered her to change the charge to something much lower, where her exposure will only be up to 5 years, and where she will tell you she doesn't expect to do any jail time at all. So, at the end of this trial, after you've viewed all of the evidence, I am sure that you will find Mr. Robinson not guilty of murder in the second degree. And I know that because the evidence does not support it. Thank you.
right, if we can move that, thanks. All right, the statement calls first witness.
Statement call Sergeant Christopher King.
The witness stand, then when you get there, please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may be seated. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Christopher William King.
And please spell the first and last, please.
First name Christopher, last name King, King.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Where do you work?
Plantation Police Department, City of Plantation.
And how long have you worked there?
Almost 24 years.
Okay, and what's your current rank?
Sergeant?
Okay. And were you working there back on October 5th of 2017?
Yes.
And what were you doing for the police department back then?
I was a road patrol officer, and on that day, this incident happened 2 weeks before I got promoted, so during this incident on that day, I was actually riding with then Sergeant Ryan. She was training me in my new position.
Okay. And on that date, October 5th of 2017, did you respond to 7201 Northwest 15th Street in the city of Plantation?
Yes.
Okay. And what type of address is that? Is it a residence or commercial?
It's a residence.
Okay. And tell us a little bit about when you got there. Anything that you noticed right when you got on scene?
As far as walking inside the house? I noticed that there was a female in the living room. She was talking to an officer, seemed visibly upset.
And what else did you notice as you kept going through the home?
I noticed, in just doing the cursory walk through the house, I noticed that in one of the bedrooms, all the furniture appeared to be moved in the middle. There was also a very strong smell of household cleaning products, specifically Fabuloso, which has a very distinct scent to it. Inside that bedroom was also on one of the walls freshly applied wet paint. I could tell that it was wet just due to the smell of paint in that specific room, as well as the way that the light from the window was glistening on the sheen of the newly applied paint.
Okay. And did you continue walking through the rest of the residence or outside?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you notice as you continued doing that?
Also in that room was a red Solo cup, like the kind you would drink at a party from. It had unknown liquid in it also, and then on the inside of the white part of the cup there appeared to be some dark red spots. That was also in the room. Walking through the residence again out towards the back patio, there was a wet mop that was on the ground leaning against the side of the house. Cement underneath it was wet, so that indicated to me that the mop had been wet or freshly used.
Okay. Now, in addition to going to that residence that night, did you respond anywhere after?
Yes.
Where did you go?
To the rear of the Publix, located on the northeast corner of Cleary Boulevard and Nob Hill.
Okay. And did you go into the store or did you go somewhere near the store?
I went into the store at some point in time to get some water for myself and Sergeant Ryan, but I was mostly, my attention was towards the rear of the store, the dumpster area.
Okay. And did you approach that dumpster?
I did.
Okay. And what did you notice about it when you walked back there?
I noticed that there were some blue latex kind of medical gloves, like the kind of a nurse or a doctor would wear. They were on the ground right in front of the dumpster.
Did you look inside the dumpster?
I did.
Okay. And what did you see inside of the dumpster?
I saw a tarp, elongated, probably around 6 feet or so in length. On each end of the tarp was a belt, like a dress belt, like the kind of a man would wear with a suit. on both the top and the bottom of the tarp.
And at some point in the night, did crime scene arrive and start photographing this dumpster?
Yes.
Judge, may I have permission to approach?
Yes.
Sergeant King, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as states A and B for identification. Can you take a look at both of these? Let me know if you recognize them.
Yes, I recognize both.
Okay, both of these photographs accurately depict what you saw on that night?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, state would seek to admit what's been pre-marked as states A and B as states 1 and 2.
All right, that'll be admitted into evidence as States Exhibits 1 and 2.
Permission published, Your Honor? And Sergeant King, showing you what's in evidence as states 1. Can you tell us what we're looking at in this photograph?
Yes, so this would be the front of the dumpster, the ground in front of the dumpster, and those would be the gloves, the blue gloves that I previously mentioned.
And showing you states 2.
Again, the front of the dumpster with evidence placards denoting possible potential evidence. You're welcome.
You may. Step down your excuse. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
We'll call Joseph Coocha.
Witness stand, and when you get there, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Will you see it? Please state your full name for the record.
Lieutenant Joseph Coocha.
First and last name.
First name is Joseph, Joseph. Last name is Coocha, Cuccia.
Thank you.
Good morning, Lieutenant Coocha. How are you?
Good morning. Good.
Tell us where you work.
Plantation Police Department.
And back in 2017, where did you work?
Plantation Police Department.
What capacity were you working back then?
I was a road patrol officer.
Okay. And were you involved in the homicide that occurred on 7201 Northwest 15th Street?
Yes, sir.
How were you involved?
I was instructed to take a witness, Isabella Taglerini, and transport her to Nob Hill and Cleary Boulevard to the rear of a Publix.
You were not the first person on scene?
No, sir.
And were you the first one that had contact with Isabella Taglerini that night?
I did not believe so.
Oh, I'm sorry?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And when you took her, did you take her in your vehicle?
I did.
And was she in the front or the back?
She was in the back seat.
Why is that?
She was transported. Nobody rides in the front seat.
Nobody rides in the front.
No, sir.
When you drove to the area where the body was eventually discovered, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who was giving you directions?
She was.
And you remember if she said anything as you were getting close to the location?
She did. She actually made a specific statement. I just read it out of my report. She said, "This is the area. I remember those cameras."
Was she pointing to the cameras?
Yes, sir.
Were you the first person at that location, or were officers already there?
There was officers already there.
How long did you stay there?
A very short period of time.
Were you involved in the actual removal of the body from
I
the
was
dumpster?
not.
What, if anything, did you do afterwards?
I transported her back to the police department, and she was assigned to our debriefing room, and I hung out with her until the detectives came to her.
When you mentioned that you transported her back to the police department, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was she under arrest?
She was not.
You just wanted to speak to her. Somebody wanted to speak to her, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember if she told you anything as you were getting close to the police department?
She did. Once in the debriefing room, she made another specific statement. She said, do you think that I will ever be able to forget the sound of someone trying to breathe?
Did you respond to her?
Before I could respond, the only thing I did tell her was to just hang on, and a detective will talk to her shortly.
Anything else you did?
I went back to the scene after I was relieved. I went back to the scene and provided some scene security.
Did you ever go inside the apartment?
I don't believe so. Good morning.
Officer, when you had Ms. Tangolini, you placed her in the interview room. She had her phone, correct?
She did.
And did Ms. Tangolini appear intoxicated at all?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did she appear to speak English fluently?
Yes, sir.
And when you were interacting with Ms. Tangolini, she wasn't in custody yet, correct?
She was not.
And that's because she did not admit to any involvement at the time.
She didn't admit anything to me. No, sir.
And in fact, it was not until Detective Haynes did his further investigation did she realize that she had actually misled the police.
That's something you would have to.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
Your Honor, a moment to confer.
Yes. Any redirect? All right, you may step down. Thank you, sir. All right, state may call its next witness. Okay. Okay, we're going to take about a 5-minute break. Please leave your notebooks at or by your chairs, and the deputy will take you back in the jury room. The defendant is present along with his counsel for the state. We ready to bring the jury? Please be seated. All right, the state may call its next witness.
Call Officer CJ O'Brien.
Please approach the witness stand, and when you get there, please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may proceed.
All right, you may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Where do you currently work?
The City of Plantation.
And how long have you worked there?
10 years.
And you specifically work for the police department?
I do.
What unit were you working in back on October 5th of 2017?
Road Patrol.
And on that night, did you respond to the residents at 7201 Northwest 15th Street in the City of Plantation?
I did.
Okay. And in addition to going to that residence, did you go anywhere after?
Yes.
Where did you go?
The Del Oro apartment complex. I don't know the specific address. It's off of 16th Street.
In Plantation as well?
Yes.
Okay. About how far apart was the first residence to Del Oro?
1 street.
And describe for us where you specifically went at the Del Oro complex.
The Del Oro complex has the parking lot around the building, and in the back of that has 2 dumpsters, and that's where I responded to, the dumpsters.
Okay. And were you the first officer there, or were there other officers already there when you got there?
I was not the first officer there.
Okay. And the Del Oro complex, is it gated, or is there like a guard gate or anything you have to go
No.
through? Okay. And did you go over to those dumpsters?
I did.
Okay, and what did you see when you approached the dumpsters?
A mattress that had been kind of cut apart, like the shell of a mattress.
When you say cut apart, was it cut in half, or was there pieces missing?
Like the inside was kind of like cut open and the insides were pulled out.
Okay. And was the mattress itself inside the dumpster or next to it?
Next to it.
Okay. Was there anything else in either of those dumpsters that you took note of?
Yeah, inside one of the dumpsters was garbage bags that had the innards of the mattress, what appeared to be inside of the bags.
Permission to approach? I'm showing you the pre-marked as states C, D, and E. Can you take a look at these 3 photographs? Let me know if you recognize them.
Yes.
Okay. Accurately depict what you saw that night?
Yes.
Thank you. And Judge, at this time, state that 6 unit has been pre-marked as C, D, and E as states 3 or 4.
All right, that'll be admitted into evidence as states exhibit 3, 4, and 5 in evidence.
Officer Rennie, showing you states 3. Can you tell us what we're looking at in this photograph?
So that's the rear of the Del Oro apartment complex, and the white spot next to that second dumpster is the mattress.
Okay. Just hoping it would focus a little better. Okay. Showing you states 4. What are you looking at in this photo?
It's the same dumpsters and the same mattress from a different angle.
Okay. And states 5.
The same mattress right before we took it back to the police department.
And Judge, permission to approach? Showing you one last photograph pre-marked as states F for identification. Take a look at that.
Yes,
You recognize that?
I do.
Accurately depict what you saw that night?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, state and seek to admit what's been pre-marked as states F as state 7.
That'll be admitted into evidence as states exhibit 6.
Information to public? Showing you state 6. Okay. What are we looking at in this photograph?
It's one of the garbage bags that was removed from the dumpster, the insides of that mattress.
Okay. And with regards to the mattress itself, did you take the mattress back to Plantation Police Department?
I did.
Okay, and how did you do that?
I drove back to the police department and picked up one of our marked pickup trucks, drove it back to Del Oro, and then we loaded it in the pickup truck and drove it to the police department.
Okay. And again, referencing this photograph, state 6 of the inside, these items that were located inside these bags, did you take those out and lay them out at the police department as well?
I didn't know. We just brought all the bags back to the department and put them in the secured area for the forensics people.
Okay, and you say the forensics people, is that something that crime scene would do?
Yes.
Okay, and you weren't part of crime scene at the
No.
time?
Any cross-examination?
No questions.
All right, you may step down. Thank you. right, the state may call its next witness.
State will call Officer Nicole Taha. CST.
Please approach the witness stand. And when you get there, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may be seated. State your full name for the record.
My name is Nicole Tejeda.
Can you spell both first and last, please?
Yes, first name Nicole, Nicole. Last name Tejeda, Tejeda.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Is it Crime Scene Tech Tejeda? Is that the proper title?
Yes, Crime Scene Tech Tejeda.
Okay, where do you currently work?
I work at the Plantation Police Department.
Okay, and what do you do there?
I work as a crime scene tech, respond to crime scenes. I collect, document, and preserve evidence.
Okay. And in this specific case that we're here for, it happened back in October of 17. You didn't respond to that scene or do anything with that case back in 2017, correct?
No.
In fact, you got involved in this case fairly recently.
Yes.
Okay. And how did you become involved in this case? What did you do?
On March 31st, 2023, I was requested to swab certain pieces of evidence.
Okay. And when you say swab, can you tell us what that means?
Yes, collect swabs from a location for possible blood or DNA.
Okay. And in this case, what items specifically did you swab?
May I refer to my report?
Will refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Your Honor, which report?
For this case, I received 3 large bags and I swabbed 6 items.
Okay. And specifically, what items did you swab?
From item 94, bag B, I swabbed a fabric side of a long piece of foam. I swabbed a circular piece of foam. From item 95, labeled as bag C, I swabbed a dark stain on a triangle piece of foam. And I swabbed the back and front of a blue pillowcase. From item 96, labeled as bag D, I swabbed a torn portion of a large piece of foam mattress.
And after you take those swabs, do you package them in a specific way?
Yes.
Okay, how do you do that?
I seal one end prior to swabbing the item. I then seal the second side once the swabs have been collected. They are sealed with red tape, and then they are sealed in a brown paper bag.
Okay, and then do you initial them also?
Yes.
May I have permission to approach?
Yes, you may.
CST Taha, can you take a look at this? Let me know if you recognize this package.
Yes, I packaged this.
Okay, same condition as it was when you packaged it?
Yes.
Okay, altered in any way?
No.
Judge, at this time, state would seek to admit this from pre-marked to states G as states 7.
All right, that'll be admitted into evidence as States Exhibit 7.
And CST Taha, tell us what's inside this package.
There are 4 swabs, specifically item NT1, NT4, NT5, and NT6.
Judge, permission to approach?
You may.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as states H. For identification, take a look at this photograph. Let me know if you recognize it.
Yes.
Okay. And accurately depict where you took those swabs from?
Yes, that's item NT6. Item 96, labeled as bag D, specifically the swabs that I took for NT6, and it's this bottom portion.
At this time, state would seek to admit what's been pre-marked as states H, as states E.
All right, that'll be admitted as States Exhibit 8.
Permission to publish? Now, CST Taha, you indicated this is where you took some of those swabs from.
Yes.
Okay. And this photograph right here, where were these contents originally? Were they inside that plastic bag?
Not when I opened the brown paper bag. The bag was just inside the brown paper bag along with the pieces.
All right, thank you. I have no more.
Your cross-examination.
Yes, thank you.
All right, go ahead.
Permission to approach?
You may.
This was 7. So you sealed your swabs in that package, correct?
Yes.
Do you know if those were opened after you did it?
Yes.
Okay. Where did they go?
Our sheriff's office.
Okay. Do you know what they did with them once they got them?
No.
Now, you said that you swapped these on March 31st, or swapped that bag, the contents in the bag,
Yes.
on March 31st of this year.
Yes. March 31st, I received the items from property. Yes.
Okay. Do you know if they had been previously swapped?
Not that I know of.
Okay. So less than a month ago is when those items were swapped for the first time.
Correct.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Right, you may step down. You're excused. Thank you. All right, the state may call its next witness.
Call CST Taha O'Brien.
Okay, if you can please approach the witness stand, and when you get there, please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may be seated. Can you please state your full name for the record?
It's Kira O'Brien, K-I-R-A, last name O''B-R-I-E-N.
You may proceed.
Mr. O'Brien, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Can you tell us where you work now?
Currently I'm unemployed.
Back in 2017, where did you work?
I worked with the Plantation Police Department.
In what capacity?
I was a crime scene technician.
And do you have to go through schooling to become a crime scene technician?
I'm not sure if they require that, but I did go through school to become a crime scene technician.
Tell us about your school.
I have a degree in criminal justice with an emphasis on crime scene investigations and also continuous training throughout the period of my employment.
And on October of 2017, you were working in that capacity, correct?
That's correct.
And do you remember responding to 7201 Northwest 15th Street?
I do.
Why did you respond?
I was contacted by the dispatch. I was on call that night, and they requested I respond to that location in reference to a possible homicide.
Now, were you the only crime scene tech to respond to that area?
No, CST O'Brien did also.
And tell us what you encountered when you got there.
Well, when I got there, I met with Detective Haynes. He had a search warrant, and I observed the residence, the exterior, and photographed the warrant before I actually went inside of the residence. First, I also photographed the exterior of the residence. There was a locked gate on the east side, and the front of the residence faces south, but in order to walk through the front door faces west. So you walk up, and you turn this way, and then there's the door. But the whole front of the residence faces south. Inside, do you want me to go to inside?
Yeah, can you tell us just what kind of residence is it?
It's a duplex, and the incident location was on the east side of the duplex.
And how many bedrooms?
There were 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms.
How many were being used as bedrooms?
I'm not sure how they were being used. It looked like at least 2 were being used as bedrooms.
Okay. And when you say 2 of them were being used as bedrooms, why do you say that?
Because there were some clothes in the closet, and the other one, where the incident allegedly took place definitely had personal items in the closet and also on any of the tables that were in there and in the bathroom.
There were 2 beds.
Actually, I'm not sure if it was 2 beds per se. It was 2 frames.
2 bed frames.
Right, possibly for a king mattress.
And
I
one
don't
of them did not have a mattress, right? Fair to say?
I can't recall exactly without the pictures.
I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked. It's O'Brien Estates I through double C. Show the defense counsel this. States I through double C. I want you to take a look at these to yourself, and once you've done that, just look at them. You recognize the pictures?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
They were taken from the interior of the residence and some of the exterior.
As you remember them?
Yes.
Appear to be altered in.
No.
This one, I don't think that's wrong. CST Taha,
All right, those would be admitted, what exhibit numbers are they?
So it'll be 11 through 29. Oh, yeah.
Through 29?
Yes, Judge.
All right, those will be admitted into evidence as States Exhibits 11 and 29, and you may publish. That's what I. Was, okay, 9 through 29.
as states 9. Can you tell us what you're looking at now?
Yes, that's the front door to the residence.
That's why you were saying the front faces
To the west.
west, but the front door.
The front of the house faces to the south.
To the
Correct.
Showing you what's now at evidence of states 10. What are we looking at here?
That's the south side of the residence and also the gate on the east side of the residence.
And the windows were boarded up when you arrived.
That's correct.
Showing you states 11. What are we looking at here?
That's the inside of the backyard from the inside of the gate, and that is looking towards the pool and the door that opens into the dining room area.
And that's fenced in, the backyard?
Yes, the backyard is fenced in, and there's also a fence that separates this side of the residence from the other duplex.
Showing you states 12. What are we looking at here?
That, I believe, is inside from the, how do I put this, from the family room area on the way towards the master suite and the dining room and kitchen area.
Specifically talking about these bottles.
Those are hydrogen peroxide bottles.
States 13. What are we looking at?
That's a crumpled Home Depot receipt.
Where was that? Do you remember?
I believe that was also on that table.
Now, would this be the same receipt?
I can't say for certain because the other one's crumpled up, but
It is a Home Depot receipt, correct?
that is a Home Depot receipt, yes.
And what date is the receipt for?
October 5th, 2017.
And what did they purchase?
It shows that they purchased Glidden Essentials interior flat paint.
Did you see any evidence of Glidden Essentials flat paint in the house?
I did.
Where?
In the master suite primarily, if I recall correctly, only in the master suite.
Showing you states 15. What are we looking at here?
Okay, in this photograph, we're looking at, there's a couple of dressers that have been moved away from the walls, and that is also the westernmost box spring for the bed, and cleaning supplies, and painting, caulking supplies.
Did you see any evidence of a mattress belonging to that bed inside the apartment?
No, I did not.
Do you see some gloves in this picture?
Yes, I do.
What kind of gloves are they?
They're rubber disposable gloves like you'd use in the kitchen for cleaning dishes or heavy duty scouring. They're reusable.
What, if anything, did you do with these gloves?
Photographed them and collected them and processed them for possible DNA on the interior and exterior of at least one glove.
What do you mean by that?
I noticed, or I observed, some reddish brown stains, possibly blood. So I swabbed the exterior of the gloves for the possible blood so that DNA could be sent to the lab. And I also processed the interior of the gloves for DNA so that we could determine who was possibly wearing them at the time.
What is a swab?
The swabs are like a long Q-tip, but with only one side that has the cotton, and they come in a sterile pouch. And when we use those, we open the sterile pouch, and then we drop sterilized water on the Q-tip, and we swab the item with that, and immediately package it into a box and bag it, and then that later gets sent to the lab.
And that's what you do with these gloves, correct?
That's correct.
Inside and outside.
That's correct.
I'm showing you what's in evidence of state 16. What are we looking at here? Zoom out.
That's going to be the master suite bathroom with toiletry items and a bottle of hydrogen peroxide on the sink.
Do you remember how many bottles of peroxide you found inside the apartment?
If I can refer to my report, I might have it in there.
Would that refresh your recollection?
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry, I have them from different places in the residence. It would appear that I collected 3 full hydrogen peroxide bottles and it's like 2 empty hydrogen peroxide bottles. So a total of 5 hydrogen peroxide bottles.
Showing you what's now in evidence of state 17. What are we looking at here?
Thanks. Okay, this is from a different bedroom. I'm not sure if this is the southernmost guest bedroom or the next bedroom to the north, but those are tarps that were in bags.
What color?
Hang on, it might be in my report because judging by this photo, they could be blue or gray. So I'm thinking...
Now, Ms. O'Brien, are you one of the people that responded to the dumpster where the body was found?
No, I'm not.
Are you aware of what color that tarp was?
No, I don't have a recollection of that.
Okay. Because you're not the one that responded to that, right?
Right.
So you think it would be blue or gray, correct?
Right, it would be in my report.
Well, would that refresh recollection?
Yes.
Please.
Thank you. Yep. Okay, multiple silver tarps and a blue tarp in packaging. Multiple, yes. So silver or gray and also blue.
You're right on both accounts, correct?
Apparently, yes.
Showing you states 18. What are we looking at here?
That's the master suite along the westernmost wall facing south. So the wall straight ahead is the south wall, and the one to the right is the western wall.
Now, Ms. O'Brien, there appears to be some paint on the wall, correct?
That's correct.
And does it appear that they were painting the whole wall or just pieces of it?
In that area, on the right-hand side of the photo, there were just miscellaneous little areas that were painted. It wasn't the entire wall.
Showing you states 19. Is this what you're talking about?
That is,
Was there any evidence of paint on the ceiling as well?
I don't recall the ceiling.
Showing you states 20. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, there is also fresh paint on the ceiling.
States 21. This again would be the ceiling, correct?
Correct.
Showing you states 22. Ms. O'Brien, what are we looking at over here?
That's the area on the west wall that had the miscellaneous paint. I took a reciprocating saw and I took out both of those panels of the drywall
Why?
in case there was possible evidence underneath the paint that we needed at a later date, such as blood.
Was there any blood underneath the paint?
I don't know that it was processed for the blood.
Could you see any blood come seeping through the paint?
I don't recall that.
Showing you states 23. What are we looking at here?
You're looking at Nicholas Wilcox's Home Depot ID.
And that was found inside the apartment?
Yes.
States 24. What are we looking at here?
Okay, that was in one of the two guest bedrooms, I believe, and that is a pillowcase that was on the pillow that is seen in the photograph there.
States 25. What are we looking at here?
Reddish brown stains, possibly blood.
Now, when you come across stains in an apartment or a vehicle or anything like that, is there a way to determine if it's blood as opposed to anything else?
Well, we have a presumptive test for blood. It's called phenolphthalein that we used, and that will cause a positive reaction if it's suspect blood, or if it's not, then it won't react at all.
Did you use this reaction on anything in the apartment?
I don't recall if we did or not. There was quite a bit of reddish brown stains, so.
Gotcha. And the actual mattress that was missing from the apartment was found at a different scene, correct?
I believe so.
Or wasn't in the apartment?
No, it was not in the apartment.
Showing you states 26. What are we looking at here?
That's a cell phone.
What kind of cell phone?
Looks like a Motorola.
And that was collected?
Yes.
States 27. This would be another angle of the bed without the mattress, correct?
That's correct.
States 28. Another angle.
That's correct.
And there's to be fresh paint on the wall as well, correct?
Correct.
States 29. What are we looking at?
That's again a picture of the southernmost wall in the master suite, and also the west wall. It's just pulled out a little more, and then there's the dresser, and you can see some of the bed and painting supplies on the floor.
Was there any evidence of painting in the other bedrooms?
I don't recall if there was, no.
If there was, that's something that would be documented, correct?
Absolutely.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states double D for identification, Mr. O'Brien. I want you to take a look at this bag and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I recognize it.
Is the bag sealed?
Yes, it is.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize it because there are 2 swabs of possible blood and that I submitted, and also swabs of possible DNA from duct tape submitted by a Megan Murray.
This one, I'd like to move into evidence was pre-marked states, double D states evidence.
All right, that'll be 30, correct? That's admittance evidence of States Exhibit 30.
Now, these particular swabs, especially the ones that were taken by Mr. Murray, he used to work in your office, correct?
She,
She is.
and yes, I'm not sure if she still does.
And they include possible DNA from the duct tape that was around the actual tarp where the body was found, correct?
I believe so.
And yours includes swabs from possible blood on the driver's seat of a red Kia Optima and possible blood from the driver's seat of a red Kia Optima. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, let's talk about this Kia Optima. Where did you come across a Kia Optima?
I believe that was brought to the police department to, I have to refer to my notes, make sure. Okay.
With the court's permission.
Thank you. Okay, that was processed in the police department's vehicle repair bay.
Where did that car come from?
I believe it was Miss Kensek.
Do you know who Ms. Kensek is?
No.
Okay. That was somebody else's investigation, correct?
Yes,
And you were asked to look at the vehicle
that's
and
correct.
process it, right?
That's correct.
What, if anything, did you do with this Kia Optima?
I photographed the Kia Optima, and CST O'Brien was on scene with me. We also blue starred it to observe any possible blood. And blue star is another chemical that we can spray on things. And if there...
I'm sorry, I got 2 fingerprints request. Thank you.
All right, we do need to break for lunch in consultation with the lawyers. This would probably be a good time to break. So we're going to start back up at 1:30. Let me remind the jury of all the instructions I gave earlier. You're not to discuss this case with anyone, not even among yourselves. You're not to do any research on your own, look up things on the internet. And of course, if there's any media coverage that you stumble upon, please avoid it. Turn the page, change the channel. Your ultimate verdict must be solely on what you hear and see in the courtroom in the presence of the judge and all the parties. All right, everybody have a good lunch. Leave your notebooks at or by your chairs. I'll see you at 1:30. Again, the reception area is where you meet. We are back in session. Let me remind the witness, you're still under oath, and you may inquire of the witness, Mr. Sapak.
So Brian,
Yes.
before we were talking about this piece of evidence, which is now in evidence states 30, and you mentioned that this includes 2 swabs that you took from Red Kia, correct?
That's correct.
That was brought to the Plantation Police Department
That's correct.
for you to process.
Yes.
And that vehicle belonged to Ms. Kensek.
Yes.
You weren't involved in a warrant that was served on the Kensek residence, correct?
That's correct. No.
You just processed the vehicle.
Yes.
Can you tell us how you processed it?
First, I photographed the vehicle, the exterior and the interior, and then I used Blue Star, which is a reagent used for possible blood. We spray it on the surface that we're looking for possible blood on, and if there is possible blood, then it illuminates. It's kind of like what you see on TV with when they have the orange goggles on and the bright blue light that comes out. That's what Blue Star is.
Now, is it possible to get false positive using Blue Star?
Yes, it is.
Tell us about that.
Blue Star also reacts with things, certain metals. It can even react with, well, definitely bleach it reacts with, and then also even cabbage. So the difference, though, is when it reacts with those certain metals or cabbage or bleach, it's a very intense, bright blue glow that diminishes faster. When it's reacting with blood, it glows more steady and a little bit longer.
I'm assuming you were not looking for cabbage inside the Kia?
I was not looking for cabbage.
And did you actually spray the vehicle on the inside with Blue Star?
Yes, I did.
Did you get any reaction?
I did.
Tell us about that.
There were reactions on the driver's seat, where you sit down, the exterior side of the driver's seat, like where the seatbelt hangs, and in the back seat, and also the deck lid gasket, which is, the deck lid is the trunk. So the gasket that goes around that to keep the water out.
You took swabs?
Yes.
From where?
I'm going to refer to my notes just so I can be exact.
With the court's permission.
All right, you may do so.
Okay. I took 2 swabs from the driver's seat, where you sit down, 2 swabs from the outer driver's seat, which I explained by the seatbelt, 2 swabs from the rear center seat, and those were the only swabs that were taken from the vehicle.
And that was submitted to the lab, correct?
I submitted to property with a lab submission form, and our property unit would take it to the lab.
Let me show you what the remark states. Double E. Let's show it to defense counsel first. I want you to take a look at this bag. Tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it, Mr. O'Brien?
I submitted it. My signature or initials and the date are on the evidence seal, and also lists the contents in which I inserted in this bag.
In your handwriting?
Yes.
Now it's sealed, correct?
Yes.
Now, other than other seals which might have been used by the lab, is it in the same condition as last time you saw it?
Yes, it is.
Hasn't been tampered with?
No.
Well, not to believe that's what's been pre-marked. It states double ER, states evidence.
All right, that will be 31. All right, that'll be admitted as evidence as State's Exhibit 31.
Now, Ms. O'Brien, what is state's evidence 31? That bag that you got.
That was 2 sets of swabs from the yellow gloves I discussed earlier. One of those gloves had possible blood, so there are 2 swabs from the exterior of that glove and 2 swabs from the interior of that glove.
And I think you already discussed what a swab. It's like a long Q-tip.
That's correct, yes.
That's something that would be examined by the lab, correct?
That's correct.
Now,
I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked states. FF. I want you to take a look at this and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
And that is a cell phone that was taken into evidence by crime scene technician Agogli, correct?
That is correct.
At the house
Yes.
when you were present, correct?
Yes,
And does it appear to be sealed?
it does.
Other than a seal, which might come from a lab, does it appear to be tampered in?
No, it does not.
Your Honor, I'd like to move into evidence what's been pre-marked states FF, states evidence, Your Honor, without objection from the defense.
All right, that'll be admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 32.
Ms. O'Brien, did you process anything inside the house for fingerprints?
While on scene, I don't recall processing anything in the house for fingerprints.
How about after?
Yes, the items that I had collected from the residents, I had taken back to the lab, and I did process.
How many items have you processed?
Ooh, that's going to take a minute. May I refer to my notes? Thank you.
Well, let me rephrase the question just to make it more streamlined. Okay?
Thank you.
Of all the items that you processed for fingerprints, let's talk about how you lift fingerprints off an item.
Okay. Well, most of the items that were collected were smooth and non-porous, and in that instance, we use either black powder with a synthetic fiber brush or black magnetic powder with a magnetic wand. I was going to say also, if there were any paper items, such as the receipt or anything else, we would use either an anhydrine or a similar chemical, which will bring out the fatty acids in the fingerprints.
Now, when you process an item for fingerprints, you're looking for fingerprints. Does that mean you always find them?
Unfortunately, no.
Of all the items that you processed, which is numerous items, correct?
Yes.
How many latent prints were actually recovered?
Let's see, I believe, let me make sure. It was a total of 17. And when I say latent prints, it's latent print cards that are recovered. So there might be more than one latent print on a card. So there were 17 lifts.
So you lift the print using tape, correct?
That's correct.
And then you put it on a piece of...
It's a little bit harder than, it's almost like a cardboard backing.
So all of those 17 were submitted, correct?
That's correct.
What do you do with those latent prints that were recovered?
The latent prints get turned into our latent print examiner, and they examine them.
Are you a latent print examiner?
I am not.
That would be somebody else that could testify to that, correct?
That is correct.
One moment, Your Honor. Let's talk about the fence backyard. How high is that fence?
If I recall in my notes, I said it's about 6 feet high.
Is there a lock on it?
There was a lock, yes.
Was it functioning, to your knowledge?
I don't recall. It would probably be in those pictures.
Sure. And did you find anything of evidentiary value in the backyard?
I don't recall finding anything specific in the backyard.
Okay.
Can I take that back real quick? Actually, I do remember there was a mop and a bucket in the backyard that were near the door.
A mop?
A mop,
And it was just wet?
yes.
Did there appear to have any blood or anything on it?
From what I recall, it didn't appear to.
Now, bringing your attention to October 10th of 2017, did you have a chance to process black Cadillac?
Yes.
Dark colored Cadillac?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of you processing that vehicle?
Referring to my notes again. Okay, I don't recall who requested it, but CST O'Brien and I did process that Cadillac for possible blood,
Where did you process it?
the interior, using the same chemical reagent, the Blue Star as before.
Was that your police department?
Yes, it was in our vehicle processing bay.
So it was already towed back to your processing bay, correct?
That's correct.
And when you say you processed it, can you tell us how you processed it?
Same way we processed the other vehicle, photographs on the exterior and interior, and also sprayed the Blue Star blood reagent inside the vehicle.
Was there any reaction to the Blue Star inside the Cadillac?
No, there was not.
One moment, Chairman. Mark the states GG through II. Mr. O'Brien, take a look at these three photographs and tell me if you recognize them.
Okay, yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
These were photographs of the Cadillac, dark-colored Cadillac, and the interior.
They appear to be altered anyway.
No.
They accurately reflect the Cadillac as you saw it that day.
Yes.
This one, we'll move into evidence, Your Honor. Was it free market state GG through II as state's evidence?
Yes, how many photos?
Three, Judge.
Three. All right, that'll be admitted as State's Exhibits 33, 34, and 35.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
Before I publish these photographs, Mr. O'Brien, do you know who that vehicle belonged to?
No,
You just asked the process, correct?
that's correct.
Showing you what's in evidence of states 33. That's the Cadillac you processed?
Yes, it is.
That's the back of it?
Yes.
And showing you what's in evidence of states 34. That's the inside of it, correct?
That's correct.
And states 35, which appears to be a set of keys and a cell phone, correct?
That's correct.
They were found inside the vehicle?
Yes.
Now, you processed it using Blue Star, but you mentioned that you did not find anything, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, Ms. O'Brien. I have no more questions.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
All right, let me start with the Cadillac. Do you recall the interior of the Cadillac being wet, the floorboards or anything as you were processing?
I don't recall that, no.
Now, when you processed the house, you already testified you collected a lot of items, right?
That's correct.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may.
Thank you. I'm approaching what's been marked as Defense A, composite exhibit with 3 photos. If you could look at the 3 of them and then hand them back to me, please. All right, so in the first photo, Your Honor, may I just have one moment?
Yes.
And I would move to enter these photos as evidence as defense composite.
It's going to be just a composite of 3 photos?
Yes.
Right, that'll be admitted as defense composite exhibit 1, which is a composite of 3 photos.
Permission to publish?
You may publish.
Thank you. Okay, so Ms. O'Brien, do you recall what this photo was of?
That appears to be the dining room table in the dining room.
Okay. And in the rear, against the wall, what do you see?
From here, it looks like possible computer screens.
Okay. And it looks like next to it there might be some kind of like 3-in-1 scanner printer or something along those lines?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. So there was a desktop computer in the house that was not collected by you?
Not by me, no.
Okay. Second photo. Do you recall where this photo was taken?
That is in the master suite.
Okay. The suite, you can see there's no mattress. This is the room where it's alleged that the murder happened, right?
That's correct.
Okay. What do you see on top of the nightstand, on top of that pink
The cell phone?
sleeve? Right. Which cell phone is that?
I'm not sure if I collected that, but that was in the master suite. I can
Okay.
check real quick in my notes.
That's fine.
Okay, that was not collected by me.
This is not the Motorola that we've already talked about, or that you've already testified about.
I can't say that it is or isn't. I don't,
Okay, but this was not collected.
that I'm aware of.
Okay,
That's correct.
from that room. And last photograph, I know there's a little bit of a glare. This is also the nightstand or some type of piece of furniture in that master bedroom where the murder happened?
Yes.
What is it that we can see right here that has the pink hair tie above it?
It looks like a file holder.
Okay, let me zoom in a little closer. Or I can approach, actually, if it's not. Do you recall what that item is?
Oh, that Sorry, that does look like possibly an iPad or some sort of electronic device.
It looks like it may have some type of like pink case to it or pink interior of a case.
Yes, possibly, yes.
Did that get collected?
Not by me.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Now, the red Kia wasn't processed, actually, strike that, wasn't brought to Plantation Police Department until the 11th, correct?
I believe that's correct.
So in between October 5th and October 11th, that car was just with the owner,
That's correct.
right? So you have no idea what happens in between that period of time.
No, I don't.
And you kept testifying about things being possible blood, right?
Yes.
Okay. You're trained when you're talking about Blue Star to say that it's possible blood, right?
That's correct.
And why is that?
Because I can't be definitively sure that it's blood. That's the lab's job.
And so in the lab, there is a test that can tell us for sure if it was blood or not.
I suppose so. I've never used it, so I don't know.
So you did not do that.
Right, that's correct.
And you mentioned that some of the other false positives could be bleach or other cleaning supplies. Sometimes can also luminesce. Is that the right?
Yes, that's
is that
correct.
The right word?
Yeah.
And Blue Star would also not be able to tell you how long a substance has been there.
That's correct.
Right?
Mhm.
Okay. And are you aware?
I'm going to object this to this question.
All right, let's come sidebar. All right, as to that question, objection sustained.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Ms. O'Brien.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, no.
All right, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Still call Michael Francis.
All right, let's let her get her stuff together, and then we will get the other witness. Go get the next witness. Okay, if you could please approach the witness stand, and when you get there, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You may be seated. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Michael J. Franquis.
And can you spell both the first and last, please?
Yeah, Michael Franquis.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Franquis. Is that how you say your last name?
Yes.
Your first name is Michael?
Yes.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Can you tell us where you work?
Broward County Landfill.
Where is that located?
701 Southwest 205th Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
And can you tell us what you do then?
I'm a supervisor.
Supervisor?
Yes.
What does that entail?
So you basically open, operate, and close the operation.
Now, back in 2017, it was in October of 2017, were you working there?
Yes.
In what capacity?
Supervisor.
How many of you worked there during any particular shift?
Supervisors?
Yeah.
At the time, 1 per day.
1 per day.
Yeah.
Okay. And is there other people that work at the dump?
Yes.
How many? Other than supervisors?
Probably about 12 employees each day.
And do you remember the police approaching you in October of 2017?
Yes.
And do you remember why they approached you?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because apparently there was a body that was transported through the landfill.
Okay. And you were asked to provide surveillance video?
Yes.
And you provided that video?
Yes.
You had a chance to view it before, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to approach what's been, it's going to be pre-marked. States. States, JJ, Your Honor. I want you to take a look at the CD. Tell me if you recognize Michael, okay?
Yes.
You recognize it? And that's you watched that CD before?
Yes.
Okay. And it accurately reflects the surveillance that you provided to the Plantation Police Department?
Yes.
Does it appear to be altered in any way?
No.
Okay. At this point, I'd like to move into evidence with the mark as stage JJ, pre-marked, states evidence.
All right, that should be States 36. All right, that'll be admitted to evidence as States Exhibit 36.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
Now, Michael, there's a number of cameras at the dump, correct?
Yes.
How many would you estimate?
I think there's like 8 different angles at that particular location.
Some with sound, correct?
Yeah, I believe all of them have sound.
Do you see that on screen in front of you?
Yes.
Which camera angle is this? Or do you need to view a little bit more?
That's inbound.
So somebody's coming into the dump, this is the window that they approach, correct?
Yes.
Just stay on the road and it'll take you up to the landfill. Don't dump. There's people up there to show you where to dump. And then if you get dumped, please be careful. Come down here. We'll tell you how much. Okay? Thank you. Be careful.
Now, can you explain to the jury how it works in terms of payment at the dump?
Yeah, sure. So you come in on the inbound side with the material that you want to dispose of, and then you leave after we capture the weight. When he pressed that key, he captured the weight of the vehicle. And then the vehicle goes to what's called the tipping floor of a landfill. You dispose of the material, and then you return back to the outbound side, and then you're reweighed again, and the difference between the two weights is how the county charges you a fare.
So this particular window was an incoming one where the pickup truck would be weighed, correct?
Yes.
What kind of vehicle was
It was an F-150.
what color?
It was gray.
Who was driving that vehicle?
Eric.
The defendant?
Yes.
Was there anybody else inside the vehicle?
There was a girl.
Was she driving or was she a passenger?
She was a passenger.
Did you have any communication with her?
She had like dirty blonde hair.
Did you have any communication with her?
Oh, I'm sorry. Communication? No, she didn't say anything.
Now, once you get past this point, you have access to the dump, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, there was a piece of paper that was given to the defendant in this case, and what was that piece of paper?
It's a tipping authorization ticket allowing you to dispose at the facility.
And there was another bigger piece of paper. What was that?
Those are directions to get to the site because the site's, it's not small. It's kind of large, so some people get lost.
Like a map?
Yeah.
Now, hypothetically speaking, if somebody gets to the dump, they get past this point, they have access to dispose of garbage, correct?
Yes.
Can they dispose of anything?
No.
Is there things that are prohibited?
Yes.
Such as?
Gasoline, oil, lead, transmission fluid, coolant, mercury, bodies, any human remains, any animal remains. There are facilities that take the animal remains, but we're not one of them.
And how do you make sure, or how does the dump make sure that prohibited items are not disposed of?
On the landfill, we have like several machine operators. They're trained spotters. They go through a state certified program to become state spotters. And there's also people there, inspecting to make sure that prohibited material isn't disposed of in the landfill.
And if a person is dumping there, there's people looking at what they're dumping, correct?
Yes, we're watching what you dump.
And Michael, which camera are we looking at here?
West, it's like the west view on the outbound.
Outbound? So this would be coming from the dump?
Yeah, if you look in the back area, that mound that's up there, that's relatively the area that they're disposing of at the time. And no, those are transmission power lines for FP&L.
Gotcha.
But beyond that, where that tower is in the center, that's hill is where they're disposing. Yes, right up there where on the top of there. Yeah. So the cars come down and then coming way out.
So this would be after you're done with your business at the dump, you're coming back through the office, correct?
Yes, you're coming back to the scale house on the westbound side to get your weight, give them your ticket, and pay your fare.
Very well. And this vehicle right here is the F-150?
Yes.
Going into the dump.
It's going to dump.
From this angle, can you tell what we're looking at?
It's the outbound top view camera.
When you say outbound, what do you mean by that?
West side outbound, where vehicles are leaving.
Leaving the facility.
Yes.
We see a top view of the truck. There appears to be some garbage in the back of it, correct?
Yes.
This angle just shows the inside of the office, correct?
That's the interior portion of the scale house. That's the inbound side, and that's the outbound side.
Where are you?
I'm on the outbound side.
Right here?
Yes.
The guy with the red hat, that's a friend that was working with you?
Yes. That's the interior camera. It's used for like cash discrepancies on the outbound. It's overview, so you can see what the person's doing and the person that's leaving.
This would be your window, correct?
Yes.
So you can hear your voice communicating with whoever that is, correct?
Yes, they watch us overhead. It's actually monitored by... It's actually monitored by BSO, the whole scale house operation.
KT 3000? Yeah. Hang on 1 second. How you doing? Now, tell me, you got something else, Mike? Is that no, that's KT 3000. Yeah. Turn the alligator out west. Yeah, you're gonna go. Okay, fine. I got it. A nice property management service. Yep, I got it. Thank you. Okay. All right, bye. You gonna go to Naples? Yeah. You take this right out here. You go to 75, and you just shoot all the way west. It'll take you straight to Naples. It's gonna be a fork when you go down this road, right? Yeah. And it's gonna ask you, which way you want to go. And there's a sign that says Naples. You get a fork on. I think 35 moves you around, turns into Alligator Alley, and you take out across the Naples. Okay? You got a toll. But you have to go through a toll. If you go any other way, and you don't go through a toll, you went the wrong way. You're gonna go right at the end of 27 and take 27 north, and then it's gonna fork off. About 5 miles up the road. Hey, what?
That was the defendant speaking to you? Eric?
Yes.
He appears to be smiling in the picture, correct?
Seems as if.
I'm sorry?
Seems as if he was.
And the communication that you had with him, what was he asking you?
He was asking for directions
To where?
to Naples.
To Naples. And you gave him directions?
Yes.
I noticed that he also gave you the ticket and paid for some
Yes.
garbage that was disposed of, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember how much?
It was less than $100. Less than 100 pounds.
Less than 100 pounds?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know that?
Because we charge a minimum fee of $10, and I actually instituted that fee because we used to charge people like 50 cents.
Okay.
And it wasn't worth the transaction, so.
So how do you know it was less than 100?
Because it's a weight system set up that way.
So if it's If it's less than 100, it's $10.
It's a minimum charge, yeah. To use the facility, they charge a minimum of $10.
50 cents sounds better.
It was, but the credit card processing fees aren't worth the transaction.
Which camera are we looking at here?
Inbound on the east
Down
side.
coming into the dump.
Yes.
And Mike, we see a date and we see a time on these videos. It's calibrated. It's accurate.
Yes.
There appears to be some garbage in the back of it, correct?
Yes.
Or items in the back of it, correct?
Yes.
Which video is this?
That's the camera facing southbound on the outbound side.
Outbound, sir.
So it's south outbound.
Showing the vehicle leaving the facility, correct?
Yes.
Which camera is this?
Overhead outbound
Your window?
to the right of the screen.
This shows your window, correct?
That's the window I'm operating, yes.
So when you were speaking with him, this is a camera right above.
Directly above.
Now, Michael, we saw some garbage bags as the vehicle was coming into the facility, correct?
Yes.
Do you see any of those garbage bags there now?
No.
What do you see?
A gray tarp and a piece of wood.
Okay. What color is that tarp?
Gray.
Do you ask any questions about what's in the back of pickup trucks or anything like that?
Only if it's something that we see that's prohibited, or like for instance, if he was leaving with metal that, you know, potentially was not his, that might be a red flag. But no, not for that, because sometimes people leave with material.
Again, we're taking a look at the gray tarp, correct? Yes?
Yes.
I have no more questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Thank you, sir. All right, the state may call its next witness. Yes. Talking, I'm going to give the jury an opportunity to take a break. So please leave your notebooks out or by your chairs. And the deputy will take you back in the jury room. Presence of the jury. All right, regarding the next two witnesses that are civilians, is one of them the witness that inadvertently caused the mistrial?
Yes.
Okay.
It's Ms. Ginsburg and it's also Ms. Kensek. And I've spoken to Ms. Ginsburg over the phone. I explained to her that we are not to discuss any previous domestic violence as of yet.
Okay.
She witnessed. And I also explained to her that we should keep it to, the testimony I read last time, essentially what she saw the night of. And furthermore, I explained to her that she should not talk about the fact that there was a previous trial.
Okay.
Those two things.
All right, let's, and that's Mrs. Ginsburg. Ginsburg, okay. Let's bring in Ms. Ginsburg, please. Hi, Ms. Ginsburg. All right, you can take the witness stand. It's going to be. I just need to have a somewhat of a chat with you. Okay. Have a seat. We'll swear you in when the jury comes in. For now, I just want to remind you of some things which I believe the state already advised you of, but I want to make sure that everything is crystal clear. Number one, we don't want to talk about anything of in terms of any violence that you may have seen on other occasions. Basically, the state is calling you simply to describe what you saw in the evening or the date in question. Okay? So don't guess that they mean something else and blurt something out that might cause a mistrial, because we don't want to do this again. Okay? Is there any question about what you can or can't say?
No, sorry, no.
Okay. Is there anything else the state is concerned about as far as her venturing into? Okay. You want me to just have her go out and then come back in after the jury's in? And I think we'll address the other witness right before she takes the stand. I think that's probably the better way of doing it. Okay. So it's fresh. Okay, if you can just step out, you'll be called in literally within a minute. We ready to bring in the jury? I do before she takes the stand. Whatever I say to her, I want it to be fresh in her mind. She might forget in 15 minutes. So I'll deal with it at that time. Okay, let's see if the jury's ready to come in. Second. All right, everyone, please be seated. The state may call its next witness.
Give a call, Christina Ginsburg.
Approach the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may be seated. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Christina Ginsburg.
And please spell both first and last name.
Christina, Kristina. Ginsburg is Ginsberg.
Good afternoon, Ms. Ginsburg.
Good afternoon.
Can you just move a little bit closer because the microphone, or you can actually probably bend it towards you. There you go. Perfect. Can you tell us where you live?
Coral Springs.
Okay. And back in 2017, were you living in Coral Springs?
No, I was living in Plantation.
Do you remember the address?
7165 Northwest 15th Street.
Okay. And do you know the defendant there, Robinson?
Not personally.
Well, was it fair to say that he was your neighbor back in 2017?
Correct.
And can you describe how you were neighbors, not in terms of how you reacted, but in terms of the location of your house compared to his house?
His house was across the street from mine.
And when you say it was across the street, was his backyard facing your front door? Can you describe
The
it?
side of his house was facing the side of my house.
Okay. So you could see his backyard?
Correct.
From which window?
From my bedroom window, from the back,
Okay.
from relief.
And back in 2017, do you know who was living at that house?
As far as I was aware, it was Eric and Isabella.
Do you know if there was anybody else living in the house?
I know that I saw someone else every now and then, but I didn't know if he was living there or not, and that was Nick.
Nick.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
You know Nick's last name?
No, I don't.
Okay. Drawing your attention back to October 5th of 2017, do you remember that early morning?
Yes, I do.
How do you remember that early morning?
My daughter was crying, and she woke me up, and I went in to take care of her.
Okay. And when you say your daughter woke you up, what time of night did she wake you up?
Around 4 a.m. 4 a.m.
4 a.m. Now, other than your daughter waking you up at 4 a.m., which I understand is not fun, did you hear or see anything else?
I heard a loud bang, which caused me to look out my window, and I saw Nick's truck backed up to the back gate.
How do you know it was Nick's truck?
Because I had seen Nick in his truck many times.
Okay. And you mentioned it was backed up to what?
His back gate.
Where the pool is located?
I'm assuming. I didn't know if there was a pool in the backyard or not.
Okay. But there's a fence?
Yes.
All right. And what else did you see other than Nick's truck?
I saw Eric putting stuff in the trunk. I couldn't see exactly what he was putting in the trunk, but I saw that he was putting stuff in the trunk.
Did you see Isabella putting anything in the trunk?
No, I did not.
And how long did you observe him doing this?
Briefly. I didn't stand there and just stare, but I did see it, and then I was like, oh, okay, that's weird.
Okay. Did you ever see Eric using Nick's truck?
Never.
If you know, did Eric have his own vehicle?
Yes, he did.
What kind of vehicle?
Cadillac, I believe.
Okay. And what, if anything, what else did you see other than him putting stuff in the vehicle?
I didn't really, once I saw that, I kind of just walked away. And then I finished taking care of my daughter, and I heard the truck leave.
When you say you heard the truck leave, could you tell if it was speeding away or no?
It was. I could tell because it was much louder than it normally would be when it's just driving by. Because I heard that truck drive by every day. So, well, not every day, but a lot.
It appeared to be going fast.
Correct.
Did you see the truck later in the day?
No, I did not.
Did you see Eric later in the day?
No, I did not.
Did you see police later in the day?
Yeah, the morning, yes. In the morning when I woke up. Yes.
Same morning?
Correct.
Okay. 1 second.
cross-examination? Yes.
Good afternoon, Ms. Ginsburg.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Ginsburg, the truck that you saw that early morning, approximately how long had you seen that truck around that residence?
As far as, what do you mean, days, hours?
Yes, days, weeks, how long had you seen it?
A couple, I mean, I had seen it prior to that day, but that specific day, I mean, I saw it that night. I wasn't really paying attention that following day. I don't stare at our house, so.
Had you ever seen another pickup truck there?
No.
Now, it's your testimony today that around 4 a.m. or so, you saw Mr. Eric Robinson putting things in the back of the truck, correct? And have you ever given a different answer?
Not as far as oh yes, I have, apparently, yes. I have.
You did give a, and that's because in your deposition that you took back on January 9th of 2023, you did give a different answer, correct?
Correct, but it wasn't intentional. I was on vacation and I wasn't paying attention. So just to say, like, I have no personal thing with either one of the people that are involved in this case, and I have no reason to lie, so.
Okay. And when you took that deposition, though, you were under oath?
Correct.
Just like you're under oath today?
Correct.
And you promised to tell the truth? No.
Correct.
Okay. And you knew that this was for a murder trial, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in that deposition, you're saying you actually mentioned twice that you didn't see Eric, correct?
I don't know if it was twice. I saw it one time when I read the transcript.
Would reviewing the transcript on page 16 help refresh your recollection?
If you would like.
You could just review lines 4 through 16.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Ms. Ginsburg, isn't it true that you actually not only said you didn't see Eric, but then you just mentioned again that you did not see Eric, that you thought it was Nick?
Yes, that's what I said that day, correct. Again, I was not intentionally lying. I was on vacation, and this is my first time ever being involved in a court setting like this, so I didn't even really know, like, what a deposition was, like, fully, so.
Your Honor, a moment to confirm. Ms. Ginsburg, regarding your deposition, it was not a yes or no question when you asked whether or not you saw Nick, correct?
I would.
Sustained.
Ms. Ginsburg, you were the one that actually reaffirmed in your deposition.
Sustained.
No further questions.
Ms. Ginsburg, you were familiar with Nick's truck, correct?
Correct.
And you were familiar with what Eric looks like, correct?
Correct.
Back in 2017?
Correct.
Is there any doubt in your mind, sitting in front of the jurors, that you saw Nick instead of Eric
None.
putting stuff in the car?
None.
I mean, Eric instead of Nick.
I know what you're saying.
Any
None.
confusion there?
Right, you may step
Nothing
down.
further, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, I do need a minute or two to confer with the lawyers. If the jury can step back in the jury room, it will not be long. Please leave your notebooks at or by your chairs. of the jury. Let's bring in the next.
Mind if I go outside for a second? There's a parking situation.
Go ahead. So. To watch everything. All right, just for a moment, just have a seat right over here. Okay, Ms. Kensek, we're going to have a little chat because we want to avoid the necessity of calling another mistrial. Okay. First off, other than what happened in the night in question, if the lawyers can chime in on this too, it's her testimony is limited to what happened on the day or night in question. Correct?
She picked up the defendant from Pompano Jail. They went to the location to pick up some clothes and his Cadillac. He was staying with her, and on the night of question, he used her car, and she was just wondering why.
I don't think he said he was picking up clothes. I think he came back with a bag of clothes, but I don't remember.
Well, whatever happened that night, you need to limit your question or questions to that. As to speculating on the reason why, or even if you know the reason why, you're not to volunteer that unless it's specifically asked and allowed to be asked by the court. Are we clear on that?
Yes.
So no discussion about restraining orders, no discussion about prior acts of violence. The limited sole reason you're being called as a witness is questions about what you observed on the day or evening in question. We clear on that?
Yes.
Is there anything else, any other subject I need to get into with the witness?
No, Judge.
Anything else from the defense? All right, if you can just wait outside for about a minute or so, we're going to call in the jury and then call you to come on in.
Which we thought was available today, but
All right, everyone, please be seated. The state may call its next witness.
The state will call Ms. Kensek.
All right, if you can please approach the witness stand, and when you get there, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You may be seated. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Meridi Kensek,
And can you spell both first and last, please?
Mereidis Kensek.
Thank you.
good afternoon, Ms. Kensek. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. You understand me?
Yes.
Good. How do you know the defendant, Mr. Robinson, Eric Robinson?
We were together.
Boyfriend, girlfriend?
In the beginning, girlfriend, boyfriend, then we got engaged.
Okay. And how long were you together with the defendant?
5.5 years.
Starting when and ending when?
2010 started and ended in 2016.
2016. Drawing your attention back to October 3rd of 2017, you picked up the defendant, correct?
Yes.
Where did you pick him up from?
From jail, Pompano.
Pompano Jail.
Yeah.
After you picked him up from Pompano Jail, where did you go?
We drove by his house.
His old house?
Yes, we drove by his old house, and then we came home after that, and then later in the afternoon I dropped him off
Dropped him off where?
to his old house.
So you drove by his old house, correct?
Yes,
In Plantation.
plantation.
Did you stop?
No, we stopped. Yes, he just want to make sure if his car was there.
Which car was that?
A Cadillac.
Was it there?
Yes.
Okay. But at that point, he did not go inside the house, correct?
No.
Now, at which point did you drive him back to the house?
In the afternoon.
Did you leave him there?
Yes.
And did he come back to your house?
Yes.
In the Cadillac?
Yes.
Did he have anything with him when he came back?
Clothes.
Clothes. How did he carry those clothes?
In a like trash bag.
In the trash bag. Do you know if there was anything else in there, or he didn't
Just
look?
like all his belongings, stuff, clothes.
And where is your house in relation to the residence where you drove the defendant to pick up his vehicle?
It's kind of close.
When you say kind of close, are we talking about like 15 minutes or?
Probably, see how I'm thinking, maybe 5-10 minutes from my house.
Is your house located in Plantation?
Yes.
It's in the same city.
Right. Yeah.
Now, we're still talking about the first day, correct?
Yes.
October 3rd?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You know it as a Tuesday?
Tuesday.
Okay. Let's talk about the next day. What happens then? He's staying with you overnight?
Yes.
And do you have to go to work?
I did. Yes, on Wednesday morning.
Do you know if the defendant goes back to the house at that point?
I don't know.
You weren't keeping check, correct?
No, I was at work. Yes.
When he came home, was he home?
Yes.
Okay. And let's talk. And then overnight he stayed at your place as well, correct?
Right. Yes.
Well, let's talk about the day after that, so which would be the third day. Did you go to work?
Yes.
Do you know if the defendant went to his house, his old house?
No, I don't know.
Okay. And let's talk about the third day, the night off. What happened?
The night of.
When he took your car.
Oh, okay. That was all right. That was Wednesday night. I said Wednesday night because it's not dark, in the morning. But it was actually Thursday morning.
Thursday morning.
Yes.
Okay. At which point did he take your vehicle?
It was. I woke up around like 3:45 in the morning, and then. You want me to keep talking? Okay. And then I woke up and I noticed he wasn't there in the house. Then I just peeked outside the window because I had a balcony in there. And then I noticed my car was gone.
Now at this point, the night before, you're talking about early in the morning. You said 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, 3:45.
You woke up and you noticed that he wasn't there, correct?
Yes.
Was he sleeping in your bed or was he on the couch?
On the couch.
On the couch. At this point, did the defendant Eric Robinson, have access to his vehicle, the Cadillac?
Yes.
Okay. So, did you give him permission to use your vehicle?
No, I did not.
What kind of vehicle do you have?
Red Kia.
Red Kia. What model?
2014.
Okay. Did he ask you for permission to use it?
No, he did not.
To your knowledge, was his Cadillac working?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you wake up 3 o'clock in the morning. You notice that your vehicle is gone, correct?
Correct.
Why did you even look out the window?
Because when I woke up and I think the TV was still on, and I picked he wasn't there, so I was thinking he probably was outside on the balcony. And then I just looked outside, and there was nobody there. And then my car was parked right in front of my building, and that's when I noticed that it wasn't there.
It's hard to miss.
It's hard to miss. That's correct.
What do you do at this point?
Then I went to where I put my car keys to make sure that if the car keys were there or not, and it was not there. Then right away I text him, asking where he was and why he took my car without asking me, without my permission, and he did not respond to that.
Did he respond to you?
No.
Later, maybe?
No.
Did he arrive home at any point?
Then I just went to my room waiting, and probably a little bit after 5, he came home.
5 in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. Do you ask him, hey, what's going on?
Then I came out of my room and, asked him where he was and why he took my car without asking me.
Does he give you an answer?
He said that he went to the gas station to get some drinks.
Was he holding any drinks?
No,
Was he holding anything?
no.
Ms. Kensek, do you see the defendant Eric Robinson in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you identify him using an article of clothing he's wearing?
What?
An article of clothing that he's wearing.
Oh, black suit.
Okay, let the record reflect any identification of the defendant Eric Robinson, Your Honor. I think that's a judge. Thank you.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Hi, Ms. Kensek.
Hi.
So, you stated that you and Eric Robinson dated from about 2010 to about 2016,
Right.
right? And after you broke up in 2016, you two were still in contact and communication because you shared custody of your puppies, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So you would have the puppies at some point, and he would have them, and you guys would
Right.
give the
Yes.
dogs back and forth. Now, when you were together, were there times where Eric would use your car?
Yes, but he will ask me first.
Okay. And were there times where you would use his car as his girlfriend?
At the time,
Over those 6 years?
yes. Yes. Sometimes say yes.
Okay.
But I'm using my car. Yes.
Right. So you and Mr. Robinson, like we said, maintained a relationship. When he was getting out of jail, you helped him out as a friend,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when you mentioned that you texted him and he did not respond, right?
Right.
Are you aware that his phone was actually at your house during that time? Did you ever find that out from the police?
No, I did not. No.
Okay. And when he came back, were you awake when he came back?
Yes, I heard when he hit the door. Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what he was wearing?
He was wearing black pants with pockets and a tank top. I recall. Yeah.
Okay. I imagine if you saw him covered in blood or in some other, if he had just committed a murder, that would be something that you would immediately notice.
Right. I did not see any.
Right?
No.
He looked normal.
Normal. Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Any redirect? Yes.
In the times that you were together, you mentioned that he would use your car, correct?
Yes.
Would he ask you for permission every time he used it?
Yes.
Did he ask you for permission this time?
No, he did not.
Did you find that to be unusual?
Kind of. Yes.
Thank you.
All right, that's it for this witness. Okay. You are excused. You may step down. Yes. And that is the last witness for today?
For today, Judge.
All right, so we're going to be recessing a little bit early today. The good news is we're on pace, actually a little bit ahead of pace. So we're going to start up tomorrow at 9:30. Let me again remind the jury of my previous instructions. You're not to discuss the case with anyone, not even among yourselves. You're not to do research on your own, go to any of the places discussed during the course of the testimony. And, of course, if there's anything in the media that you see that you think could be related to the case, please avoid it. Turn the page, change the channel. Your ultimate verdict must be based solely on what you see and hear in the courtroom in the presence of all the parties and the judge. Everyone have a good night. I will see you at 9:30 tomorrow. Again, reception area here on the 5th floor. Leave your notebooks at or by your chairs. You may be seated. We're outside the presence of the jury. Anything we need to discuss before we adjourn for today?
Yeah, I believe so, Judge.
All right, then let's discuss it.
Scheduling.
Okay.
We have a pretty full day tomorrow, and we're going to put on the majority of the people. My only concern is that Detective Kendall is out of town and he's coming back Thursday.
Okay.
He might be the last witness for us. But as far as Wednesday is concerned, I mean, we might have a few witnesses, but it's going to be pretty open. So tomorrow we're going to put on the majority of the rest of our witnesses. And then Thursday would be Detective Kendall.
Okay.
And possibly Wednesday, maybe Detective Mulberry. I'm just putting it out there that.
So as far as your,
if you want to make use of Wednesday, maybe we can do a charge conference.
I think that would be a really good idea. I would imagine the longest witness would probably be Ms. Tagliarini, correct?
Should be quick, Judge.
Okay. You're very optimistic, huh? Okay. You're you put her on tomorrow or Wednesday? You anticipate?
I'm anticipating tomorrow, Judge.
All right. So tomorrow will be probably a full day, I hope, then.
I mean, it might be like today, but I think it's going to be long.
Okay, well, we have the time, so, and if it spills into Wednesday, so be it. I mean, we have, we're on schedule, so.
Yeah, that's why I was saying that Wednesday's going to be pretty stark because Detective Kendall is only available on Thursday.
Oh, but you know what I can do also to fill some time is I need to bring in a witness to proffer the testimony that Your Honor is excluding. So
Oh, then we can accomplish if it's a witness, if it's testimony that was excluded and you want to proffer it, then you can put it. You can just proffer it. Other than perhaps your client, are there any other witnesses you're going to be bringing in?
There might be one.
So
There were going to be two.
we would do that then on Thursday.
Okay, I'll let him know.
I mean,
Yeah, I'll let him know.
from what the state is describing, we should be able.
Proffer him on Wednesday, right?
No, I have two people.
The proffer is going to be on Wednesday. The other witness will be Thursday, and we should be able to finish the testimony Thursday now, including the defense testimony. So, and then probably close on Monday. We'll have plan on, I guess, Wednesday afternoon sometime doing our charge conference as well, since we have extra time on Wednesday. All right. Anything else we need to discuss?
No, let me just clarify. So my proffer witness I should bring in on Wednesday afternoon?
Yeah, let's plan on Wednesday afternoon. If we finish. I mean, the state will have, I guess, a better idea at the end of Tuesday as far as how Wednesday's looking. But you think on Wednesday, as far as what you have, is that going to be like half a day? Or are we going to go into the afternoon, Mr. Sapek?
Morning, Judge.
Just morning, okay. Then,
Try to put on as much as possible tomorrow so that we get it out of the way, and then.
I'll have him come at 11 just in case so we can maybe finish before lunch.
That's fine.
all right. So, anything else? Hearing nothing. We are.
I'm my own witness liaison. I think you remember.
Okay.
So
All right, then we're in recess until tomorrow morning at 9:30. Everyone have a good night.